Welcome, welcome, and good evening, Club Cult. Welcome. Don't need that open anymore. Let me pull us out of purgatory. Oh, that's weird. My preview's never frozen like that before. Is Kick really lagging tonight? Oh, there I am. Okay. That scared me. I've never encountered an issue with OBS like that, but Lord knows it's probably possible. I want to be over this cold so bad. This cold needs to get over me. That's really the issue. Are you being a playful boy? Zeke loves that tunnel. He's so silly. I love it. I love it. Oh, you read the basketball? It's the wrong sports season, I think. But I appreciate your dedication to practice. You're gonna be the next NBA superstar? Maybe. Maybe, baby. No, am I supposed to pass you the ball? Zeke! Zeke! It's like one super long nail that keeps getting caught on everything. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Doesn't really want me to trim it, but he's gonna get his nails done when he gets his teeth cleaned. His little Zeke teethies later this week. Oh, that was close. I don't have good aim, and that was left-handed. I don't have good aim even with my dominant hand. I just don't. Terrible at throwing, terrible at catching. I can throw a mean curveball though, but I think that just stems from like, I can't really actually throw a ball. Not sure if proud or not. Where is Kitten Can? There we go. Miss Void went to the vet today. She went to see my vet. And the babies were none the wiser. Like, she usually sleeps under the couch, like, around the time that we were gone anyway. But they were none the wiser. None the wiser at all. It's quite hilarious, actually. They're all eeping in a snuggle puddle right now. They're so cute. Gift redemption for kitty does not actually get you a kitten. It gets you kitties. Not just giving them away on stream. The babies are super comfortable around the carrier though. Like, they weren't in it, but they're laying by it right now. It's interesting. They're good little stinkers. I finally remembered my necklace again. It's been over a week. Really bad with jewelry though. I put it on and then I just leave it there, and when it's not on, I just forget about it. No, don't. Oh. It didn't fall off of the chain until I grabbed it. It was beautiful. Get it, Zeke. This is such an awkward one. Get it. Get it. I don't remember this is the chain it actually came on, but it barely fits through. Oh, there it goes. But it's like the perfect length. It's marvelous. Except for when it falls off. Oh, I gotta up our count too. Thank you, babe, so much for the No Nuts November support. Merci beaucoup. Oh, can I do this? With all brokety nails? Maybe. Voya, help me. Oh, hell yeah. Beautiful. We are back in business. Peekaboo. What is you doing, boo? Are you done play? Do you want to come up? No, more play. Okay. Ow! These over that lip color. Today has been so silly. Gunther didn't go in, but I've been keeping an eye on him, and I think he's doing okay. He just really, really borked his ears up last night. They're not as upsetting for him today, thankfully. Thankfully. I'm relieved. It was weird last night. Those. Oh wait, no, that's an ivy brush. There. Perfect. Oh, I forgot my Serena spam. Jeez. I'm a tired girl today. I did not take a nap this afternoon, and I slept like 3 hours this morning. Here's the Disky Boo. Here's the fun stuff. Here's the socials. Oh my god, I've like retrained myself to not use the perfectly handy dandy keyboard. Marvelous. That's better. Some more fun stuff. The sketch for when I see you bibs. And welcome to the Stream the Dreams project. Gotta redo the zoo emote. It's much more muchier now. This month we are doing No Nuts November for my birthday. I don't want prezzies. I just want to donate to Nalas and Paula's for a cause. Formerly Spay, Illinois, which, again, if they had, I don't know why they changed the name. Maybe they changed locations. Maybe it's just like a fresh start. I don't know. I feel like they were so well known as that though. 'Tis surprising. Maybe they had an angel investor that was like, here's $1 million, but my stipulation is change your name to this. They do offer a lot more than just spay and neuter services though. Maybe they wanted to see more broad spectrum. They're not like an official rescue with kennels, but they do like a foster network. Because that's how I adopted Snoop years ago. A girl I went to high school with was working for them, and I still had my Facebook then. And we didn't really like our talk in school, but we would run into each other at a couple parties, so we were Facebook friends, but like not friends. She posted about him. And I fell in love immediately. Immediately. I said, can I adopt that dog? And I did. They had to go zoomy fast. It was like a day and a half faster than I was ready for. But otherwise, he was going to go to a foster home. He had a foster lined up, I think, in like Alsip or something. That would have been a heck of a ride. There's no point in having him settle into like 2 different spaces. I wonder if I have his original adoption pictures on here still. I might. That would have been what, 2015? I might have saved them again later on, but a handsome boy. That was one of our first vet visits. He was so cute. Little Snoop Doggers. Aww. Him and Pippi's first Christmas. They're so cute. He was such a sweet dog. Pibby was so young then, I used to joke that she was a sugar baby. Let's see if I can find a good one of his face. He kind of looked like the dog from Turner and Hooch. Aw. There's him and my Lynx Point Siamese. And they kind of look like the creation of Adam there. It was funny. I'm sure everyone knows this picture, but I can never remember like the actual name of it. Creation of Adam. Kind of, you know, if you like tilt it that way. I feel like it flows. That's what it reminds me of every time I see it. Mr. Snoop. Aw. The Three Stooges. Pibby is so young there. Holy cow. Snoop looks so stoic. Snoop, Loki, and Pippers. The way they're positioned is like proportional size, which Snoop was huge. Loki was pretty big. Pibby's a little tiny girl. Oh, there's his adoption pictures. That's when I fell in love with him. That big head. He was so skinny. He was like 42 pounds when I picked him up. And I got him up to like 80. He was 10. I had him for like 2.5 years-ish. Baby Snoop. And then he had another buddy that was up for adoption with him. Can't remember that dog's name. Kane, I think. It's like, how do you say no to that face? It's very Turner and Hooch face. Can't say no to that face. I fell in love. I said, that's my dog. Here you go, on day 2. He was so skinny and bony. Oh my god. I should go back through all of my photos and put together like a Snoop vlog. It was one of his first rides in my race car. You can see how skinny he was there. It's just all bones. Should have never been that skinny. He was a street dog, though. He was pulled from, if I remember correctly, Aurora Animal Control. He got to the end of his time at Aurora Animal Control, and then he got pulled by Chicago Animal Care and Control. And he got to the end of his time, and then he got pulled by formerly Spay, Illinois. Now Pause for a Cause for their rescue community. And he got posted about, and I found him. He had so many scars around his nose, though. I don't think from, like, fighting or anything cruel, but I think just from, like, licking around in cans. Poor guy. It's too much. He was just such a good dog. That's how Ringo's gonna be when he's old. I can see it now already. Ringo reminds me so much of Snoop. Like, Ringo's a big dumb puppy, and we love him for that. He's silly, he's big, he's zoomy. But I can see him being a lot like Snoop as he gets older. He has that slow demeanor to him. He reminded me a lot of Snoop when he was first rescued and sick. He was just a sad, quiet, slow soul. It's amazing to see him running around the backyard now. Whereas, like, he walked like an old person when he first came in. I think these snows have been his first snows, too. Because if we predicted his age correctly, he would have been born around the middle of December, but he wouldn't remember that. I don't know how far animals remember back to birth. I don't think anyone knows. But we got about 2 weeks of saying baby's first fall. Now we're gonna go with baby's first winter, because he doesn't remember the other one, probably. I don't know. It'd be awfully strange if they did. If they did, though, I think we'd see it more with cats. Cats are sensitive little beings. And that's putting it mildly. But we love them. We love them so. Try and prevent some fallout from Harley makeup here. Did you stop playing and start taking a nap? Okay. We endorse that in this house. We honor that. We respect it. We are here for it. House looks so silly. It reminds me of like badly done 90s makeup. No, not 90s. Early mid 2000s. Remember like white eyeliner and like the foundation lips were popular. I never liked the white eyeliner look. But I'm not gonna lie, I did do the foundation lips. And yes, it looked stupid. Looking back. And that's okay. It was a time to be alive. It's an era of history. Installed Lego Batman earlier. I'm hyped to try that tonight. I think that was the only Batman that we found that was on Plus this month. I didn't see any more Batmans on the queue. It's okay. We get to try a Lego game for the first time, and I'm excited. Finish this up. Do the bluish side. And then we'll hop in with the Kim Tins. Get them some munchy crunchies. And boop into some games. Pretty piano sounds. Do, 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 do. I'm liking the Arkham Harley vibe, but I totally forgot these pants are floods. So, no, they're not. They're capris. And we're going with it. Way too common of an occurrence. I'm used to it by now. Where something is like sized correctly for the rest of me but does not match up to my height, which is so stupid because I'm short. But that's life. Take the good, the flood, and the cosplay. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Do, 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 do. extra fallout. I gave myself a blue spot. How did I do that? Welcome, Cyogenics. I think I am pretty close to average height. Average height for a woman is like 5'6", right? And I'm only 2¼ inches off of that. I think average height for a man is like 5'9". I don't know why men freak out over height. Because the short girls like me, and the slightly less average height girls like me wear stupid tall shoes. And scarios. No super tall shoes tonight. Harley is in the floofs and lazy. I forgot these were floods. I did have shoes planned, but I'm not going for a unique runway model Harley look tonight, trying to make that work. It's not the plan. Oh, I put in my head and then I completely forgot. To up our counts. I refreshed my dash this evening and I saw blessings! Thank you so much, Cyogenics. I beat you to the announcement. 5'4" area with some shift based on ethnicity. That makes sense. So I'm almost average. I'm just slightly off the mark, which honestly kind of makes sense. It kind of works. I'll take it. Works for me. That didn't. The brush flew away. It flew away. That was rude. That was very rude. We're at double digits to Dono. Say that 10 times fast. Or even 5 if you're just a little brave. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I just did this. It doesn't look like I did that. Voya would be a good babysitter. He has his paw on... What is it? The little ottoman over there? I'm gonna just scooch my camera. Lazy girl hours. And he keeps rocking it back and forth. And it reminds me of parents that like sit and like have to like rock the baby's bouncer, or like bounce the baby's bouncer, or like do it with their foot. I feel like Voya's doing that. Voya would be a good babysitter. Gunther's doing a little better today. His ears aren't bothering him so much, and he's not acting like a fucking weirdo, which I appreciate. So we're crossing fingers and paws that continues. He was a little social and lovey earlier. He's kind of laying back in the quarantine room now. Not door closed, just doing his own thing. So we'll see as the night progresses. And keep an eye on him the rest of tonight, and if he doesn't feel any kind of good tomorrow, I'll call my vet again. Void went to the vet today, and that was fun. It was very fun. It was very fun. She went snark snark Mimi. That was getting her into the carrier. She bit me. But that's okay. She didn't bite like super hard. It's not infected. She didn't bite hard enough to do damage. Just hard enough to get her point across. But Gunther's ears are not as awful tonight, which I am so grateful for. He was still feeling kind of like reserved this morning, but he was using the litter box more normally, so I wasn't panicking. But he's not been... That's my impersonation of him. In his ears anymore, which is good. He does have random days where they just bother him more than others, but it's never been as dramatic as last night was. Might need to gas her at home. Did I tell you guys what happened with Tank? The alternative solution with Void would be either like give her gabapentin or even possibly Ace. But I'm not comfortable. Gabapentin is like a 50-50. It either works or it doesn't, but it doesn't overwork. Tank used to take Ace to go to the vet, and he can't do that anymore. He lost like a half pound, not in like a bad way, but the last time I gave him drugs to go in, which he's had like 3 visits since, and he's done very well sober. I'm very proud of him. He's an excellent little former feral friend. But the last time he took his Ace, it hit him too hard, and one of his pupils, it was terrifying. Like, I was freaking the fuck out. Like, have not been that scared in my life in a very long time. Penis! Penis! If I yell any louder, I'm gonna scare the dogs. I think I want to try gabapentin for her next time, though. It's just she gets so scared. It's not her fault. If she was mean, I feel like the gabapentin would be more helpful, but she just gets so scared. That was terrifying with Tank, though. That's top 10, one of the most scariest moments of my life, on par with, like, the furnace setting itself on fire. That was terrifying. I thought he was just keeling over and gonna die. But no, instead, he was stoned as fuck. Like, truly. Like, my instructions upon bringing him home were, did it crash? Oh, it did. Oh. Oh, my connection is bad. I'm dropping frames like a motherfucker. Oh. I'm not frozen, I'm baffled. I haven't dropped frames in a million years. I have my settings perfect to not do it. Why did that happen? Let me try and figure this one out again. Why am I dropping frames? That's what's gonna bork the connection. Shit. Let me stare at this and think for a moment. I slept for 3 hours this morning. No, that's a lie. I slept for 3 hours and 14 minutes this morning. And I did not nap this afternoon. I'm gonna see if it keeps trying to drop frames. That sucks. Sometimes it's out of your hands. That's true. But the dropping frames is probably an issue on my end. It's bad. Oh, wait. You know what? Let me look at the restream. We have issues when we use Restream. I have issues when I use Restream. Let me rephrase that. I'll take responsibility for that. So, Restream usually says that my bitrate is too high, and it yells at me because it gives you like a little panel. usually yells at me that my bitrate is too high and like it's warning me that like my stream might crash, whatever, blah blah blah. But I'm like, no, I have my settings synced, like it's fine. And it's been mostly fine, but maybe that's what I was working out before. But for God knows whatever reason, right now it's saying everything is perfect, and literally it says excellent. Gaslighting. Gaslighting tactics. That's weird. I don't know. Mercury is in Gatorade. It must not be dropping frames too terribly, though. There's nothing on the counter. I just see the health of the frame rate dilapidating here and there. We'll see how it goes for the night. We're just gonna let this try and hiccup itself out. It's gonna do what it's gonna do. This used to be in my hands, though. I did fuck up my frame rate for a while and make my streams absolutely terrible and droppy and bad, and I had to undo everything that I did, and it was a big mess, but I don't think this is my fault tonight. I didn't change anything, but I did do updates, like drivers and computers, so that's possible. 285 kilobytes per second. Jesus. This is not a happy connection. Oh god, I can see in my preview. It's fragmenting and everything. I need coffee. That's long. That's lame. At least we caught it before walking away, and I wasn't clueless, but do you need Restream for multi-streaming, or is it for mobile streaming? You can do many things with Restream. I don't know the half of them, but that's how I connect Kick and Twitch, and also other sites for split streaming. I don't know if you can use it for mobile streaming. That's not what I use for mobile streaming. But that's how you multi-stream. There's multiple multi-stream. I don't want to say programs, but there's multiple ways to do it. I like Restream the best. Until right now. Oh, that's stinky. We're gonna have a really shit connection tonight. That's about all I've got for that. OBS does have a multi-streaming integration, but it's shit. And I don't use it. Where is it? It's one of the plugins, I think. It's somewhere in here. And no thank you. Streamlabs has it too, I think. Streamlabs, I think, is a little bit more... it makes sense than how OBS tries to do it. But I don't like using Streamlabs. Am I saying even the right program? Streamlabs is Twitch's, like, OBS, right? Streamlabs. OBS. Yeah. But you can do a million other things with that, too. But I don't like it. It feels clunky. It kind of is a future Serena problem. There's nothing necessarily on my end other than the fact that I'm using Restream that I can pinpoint that's wrong. It's just gonna fragment a lot. Which sucks. Okay, we're streaming Minecraft tonight. That's all I've got. Enjoy the Minecraft stream, and we're gonna play some Lego later. We're just sourcing our inner child tonight. Never used either, but I've heard OBS is supposed to be more user-friendly, which in my mind means I find it more confusing. I found Streamlabs more user-friendly. Like, it's easy buttons. It's pretty simple to figure out. OBS was quite the learning curve for me. Thankfully, my free cats set up a tutorial for it, and then I just kind of used that as like a starting point for guidance. Ow. It had changed my keyframe interval and something else, I think, so that it works a little better for well-roundedly streaming. But they put together a guide that was very helpful. It's fine for you. Awesome. I can just see random little fragments in my stream preview, but I don't know how that's translating out. I never know what's happening. I just extra don't know what's happening tonight. It's great. It's great. Oh, I didn't touch up my eyeliner before I did mascara. For shame. That's very rude. TLDR. Tank's traumatizing experience all came down to that he was extremely stoned and tripping balls. And upon bringing him home, he got all checked out and he was okay. It wasn't like a lethal dose by any means. He was just tripping balls. So I was instructed to keep him in a dark area with very little auditory stimulation. Because he would be sensitive to light and sounds. That was so scary, though. And I felt like I had jinxed it, because like a couple months prior, he had just gotten his rabies shot, and it was his first 3-year rabies. Whenever they get their first 3-year rabies, I say, okay, you're contracted in for another 3 years. You can't leave me. And I thought I jinxed it, and it scared me. It scared me. Poor little LSD kitty. Yeah. No more ace for Tank. No more. But thankfully he doesn't bite anyone, which is what worried me. I thought maybe he would lash out, like, fearfully. Not meanly, but no. He's very sweet to everyone, which I appreciate. I know one of the techs there extra loves him. And I think she's who mostly does his, like, just run back visits. He needs a shot. And she goes really slow, and she has a very soft-spoken demeanor and is, like, very, very sweet. Everyone's very sweet there. There's no one that's, like, not nice. But she's, I think, extra nice to him. We love Mr. Tinky. I'm hoping by the time this Thursday comes around that I can bop him out of his cone. I'll try it and then see if he wants to scritch himself. We'll see. We shall see. Oh, I really wish you would, like, fix your life frames. Hi, Gunther. You wanna come up, buddy? Hi. Come here. I have pants on. You like that stuff. You like that. You like pants. Do you want to do knees? You just can't do what you did last night. I screamed. Okay. I don't know how to do lips behind cat, but we're going to figure it out. We'll figure it out. Oh, Gunther, I feel like you're like the perfect little Harley accessory tonight. I don't know why, but I feel like he matches the look perfectly. This could be an album cover. Oh, your big purrs. Are you feeling good? Are you feeling good? Where are you going with that? You're ridiculous. Are you gonna look at... He's looking at himself in the mirror. Do you want lipstick too? There you go. And that all better. I think I really need to just invest in a lip liner instead of doing this all silly. Treat my lips like a coloring book. Harley would have a grumpy cat counterpart. She has her hyenas. Are hyenas closely more related to dogs or cats? Does anyone know? Ow. I feel like there's a couple covers where she has hellhounds too. And then in later versions, she has like a little, like, almost like a wiener dog, like lab looking thing. A long lab, almost like Superman's dog. She does have hyenas. I mean, you can't see it, but she got her hyenas on my poster back there. Harley and the hyenas. Da, 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 da. It's quite a stretch. We see them in Birds of Prey. Little smoochy. Then it was in the animated series. She had them together. I moved my screen. I don't even know what's showing. He's a little hyena friend. Bud and Lou. I guess that's their names. They kind of look like Scooby-Doo. They kind of look like Scooby-Doo. No, you are all cute. Thousands of random people spamming the same thing. Sheesh. Calm down. Tell me on my OnlyFans. They look like Scooby-Doo. They're adorable. Ow. Gunther. That's similar to the poster that I have on the back wall. I mean, like, thanks for boosting my stats? I don't know. Oh, that's cute. Funko's gonna go out of business. Maybe. Did you guys hear about that? I had a feeling that was gonna happen eventually, but they were so popular for so long. Gunther, stop climbing. That hurts. You have very long nails, baby son. Where are... Do I have clippers over here? Or are they in my bedroom? They're in my bedroom. I need to do your nails. I need to do your nails. That's a weird one. Harley turned into a hyena werewolf. Do you just not like the height? What? Special variant rebirth hyena monster 11 cover. What? That looks interesting. This is comic lore that I do not know of. Hyenas are more closely related to cats, apparently. So she just took Crazy Cat Lady to the next level. Go big or go home, hyenas. That was such a wholesome shitstorm, but what a shitstorm. Holy forkin' spam. I thought we were over that. I thought we were... Perhaps. But no. Hasn't happened in a while. Gunther, you're so cute. You're so cute. Blot. Do you need to blot your lips? Okay, all better. Gunther, you're beyond adorable. This is like the worst place to have a cat scratch. No, it would be worse if it was in like the lines of my hand. But touching anything. My hands are just not a happy place lately. My nails. Scritchies. Need to become a cyborg ASAP. ASAP. Oh, I think we just got botted. I think that's what just happened. Okay. What a weird night. What a weird day. That's okay. We have a Gunther. That's all that matters. He's so cute. Okay, let's get the baby some crunchy munchies. I like just had just enough of a sip of coffee for it to dawn on me that that's probably what happened. That's actually an interesting experiment though, because like your metric side, like in your dash, it shows like your sub count, what your average viewership is, what your total streaming hours of the last 30 days, how many unique chatters you have in your chat, how many followers that you've gained over XYZ amount of time. And I know Kick and Twitch have both gone ban heavy on the botting. So, I wonder if that will actually check into my metrics. Or if it'll go by the wayside. I don't want it to track into my metrics. Because that's false and fake and wrong. But I'm curious what will actually come of that. Will it count or not? It was really nice to see it with a nice message, honestly. It was cute, it was sweet, but it was confusing. I like this though. This I don't like the botting, but I like the confusing era. Like instead of just 10,000 people coming in and saying, "Fuck you, you ugly whore." If you're gonna prank people, do it with a nice message. I like that. That's sweet beans. Do some good in the world. If you're gonna fuck around, do some good in the world. That was weird. Weird. It's an interesting little internal social experiment, though. Because publicly, one thing is being said, but what will actually reflect in the metrics, I don't know. It was also a very brief time before I put on followers-only chat, so I don't think too much got through. No. Like 2 scrolls. Fast hands. Did I startle you, Gunther? Didn't mean to. We gotta feed the bee-buys. You gotta feed the tiny ones. I gotta grab clippers. We gotta do your nails, son. They're long. He's like, I know, I'm growing them out for Christmas. I want to get my nails done fancy, Mom. I'm growing them out. Something your friend used to do when you played Overwatch, which is known for being a pretty toxic community. Yeah, I never want to turn voice comm on for that. Aww. I feel like that's very, very southern of you guys, despite not being southern. You sweet summer child. Get killed. Oh, aren't you just a darling? What a cutie sweetie pie. Someone was bullying, spam nice message to the bully. Everything on my end says I'm not live. What is happening? If this could only happen on days that I've had more than 3 hours of sleep, it's not. No, it is. This could only happen on days that I've had more than 3 hours of sleep. It's showing offline everywhere, but I can hear myself. No, it is. I'm lost. I am completely lost. Did it crap out for a second? It said offline everywhere, but then I opened my stream that said it was still live in one spot, and I could hear myself talking through it. This is so fucking irritating. Why? Why? My dash still shows offline. Did it do Discord again, or was it softcore blurp? Jeez, that was only 24 minutes ago that it blurped out before. That sucks. Less than a minute. Okay, then my disconnect protect kicked in, thankfully, which I appreciate. She'll still hold steady, maybe. Oh my god, I'm gonna bang my head into a wall. Lame. Gatorade is in full swing. Good lord. I'm curious what'll happen Thursday, just going through my direct stream key versus restream. That will be the true test of whether I broke things or if that's breaking things. That's so weird. Did it? It cut out enough to restart a stream because it says 2 minutes. I don't think it's dropped on Twitch though, because it shows the session in full. Hour 12 minutes. And that's what my OBS is reflecting. No, it hasn't crashed. Maybe it is a kick issue tonight. Down detector says what? I feel like when kick goes down too, zone. Everything is showing that I'm offline. What in the banana pants is going on here? It just fell. It was weird. It's out again, but it's not. But it's out again, but it's not. It has to be a kick issue tonight. It has to be. Where was... Investigate for a moment. I have a theory, perhaps. No, I don't think so. I thought maybe I got reported for the botting while being botted, because it seemed like the timeline went together. But the first hard crash out was 10 minutes before all of that. Yeah, it's very weird. I really genuinely don't know if it's on my end or elsewhere at this point. Definitely more trouble communicating with Twitch than Kick. Or more trouble communicating with Kick than Twitch. But I don't know who, what, when, where, how. It's wild. Let me watch the frame count for a minute. I do need to feed the kittens. Can't really wait much longer for that. Welcome back, Rick. How you doing tonight? It's a very bizarre series of glitches tonight. I do not understand. Oh, I want to go by the kittens, but then I won't have my Kick dash up. I'll have the Restream dash up so that I have both chats open. Which is beneficial in the long run, but then I won't know what's crashing out over here. That's... It's annoying. Just be normal. Q M&M's normal. Why can't you bitches be normal? I was acting so extra. I don't like fixing things instead of doing things. I don't know what's broken in the world. Let's just rock and roll with it. Camera. Mom spaghetti. Now, Eminem has a song called Normal from one of his more recent albums. So why can't you bitches be normal? And that's how I feel about stream connection tonight. Not with the peoples, but with the worlds of technologies. Ay, caramba. There are hungies. Like, they have their dry food and all that, but, like, it's their schedule. We like schedules in this house. We operate off of routines. Oh my goodness. Stream loop? What are you doing? Computer. What are you doing? Shh. Computer. I don't even know where that is playing from in here. Computer. I don't even know where that is. Is it just outputting that? I don't hear it. Oh no, it's okay. I appreciate you checking on the other side. It was even more confusing. Like, wait, I went from not streaming at all to, like, I'm streaming thrice? Where else is this connecting from? What a mess. Oh. Restream. You're lucky that I do well with dumpster fires. Is all I'm gonna say. Yeah, Gatorade of Mercury, I don't like your flavor. I don't like it. Let's discontinue this flavor. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Pull up chat over here. Pop in with the beebs. I think I had a little sweater somewhere. Am I sitting on it? I am. I usually am. Ah! Don't fall down. I don't even know what all of you are. This is my pile of boxes that I need to deal with tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck is in this pile. I only know the half of it. It's the blue flavor that everyone likes. This Gatorade is clearly green flavors. I like the green flavored Gatorade. The coconut, no, it's not coconut. Cucumber lime. No one likes it, and it only gets sold at 7-Eleven down here. And they're gonna discontinue it at some point, I'm sure, but that's the only Gatorade that I like. It's cucumber lemon, or cucumber lime. It's good. It's probably not actually good, but it's good. I think the blue one that everyone likes is like a cherry glacier or something like that. So the color, all of the different colors actually do have flavors. They're just like not marketed as the flavor. What is it? The cool blue is citrus raspberry. The fierce blue cherry is cherry. Glacier freeze is the one that everyone likes. It has a crisp berry flavor with citrus notes. I think the Glacier Freeze is the most popular one, though. Gatorade expert. Oh my goodness. To go to your 7-Eleven and buy some Gatorades to see what you think. I mean, I like it. I think it's good. The Gator Light, like Gatorade's extra electrolyte-y thing that they have, their version of Pedialyte, is it's gross in that flavor. Would not recommend. But regular Gatorade. The cucumber lime, not lemon. You lemon head. Cucumber lime in the regular is good. The tank test. Tank test. Tank. At least that's working. We're gonna take our blessings where they count tonight. There we go. In Spanish, aren't they like the same word? I feel like I remember something about that being confusing. Or lime is like limon, Limon, something like that. I don't know. Back in my day, it was all about the red Gatorade that was maybe fruit punch flavor, or the orange Gatorade that was possibly orange flavored. The red Gatorade gives you a mustache. Yeah, limon is lime. It's confusing. But also, I like it. I like that it exists that way, but it confuses me. I'm not even gonna try to say that. Wow, I am so fucking tired. Holy jeez, brain cells. My favorite is, for fruits in a different language, is pamplemousse, for grapefruit in French. Pamplemousse. It's cute. Boop. Boop. Get some epic Ziki and Voya cam. Okay, you know what? The rule is only 3 things can be broken at a time. Everything else needs to get its shit in order. That's the rules. That's the rules. Ziki and Voya are gonna take over. They're taking over. Then we're gonna hop in with the babies. And lose audio for a sec. And now we should have it back. Hopefully not lose stream. That would be nice. That would be nice. Going to put my coffee in the kitchen so I can nuke it a little bit when we bop back out. He is so cute. He's so limpy though. I don't know if his gait was shown or not. I feel bad.
I might try. Like, I think he just needs to kind of like stretch it out. Because, like I said before, I mean, he wasn't in like a tiny cage, but it had like the levels to it that were too small for him to really jump on capably. But rescues do what they can, so I'm not shaming or shading it in the slightest. But I kind of feel like he just needs a couple months to like be able to stretch out like an animal. It's been, well, he is an animal. Like when you're kept in confined quarters, you just get stiff. I feel like he needs a couple months to stretch out. But if it keeps looking so dramatic, because the more he plays, he gets a little bit sore. Probably try the same shot that Tanky gets and see if that helps improve a little bit for him. He just went over by his food bowl. Boy, you're in charge. We're gonna bop this out to the kitchen. Again, I'm not shaming their setup. It's just like it was a kitten enclosure, so like the shelves for him to jump on were like that big, which he is that big. Hi, boy, you're a big boy too. You're a big kid now. Hi, Mama. Hey, guys. Welcome back to the show, Zeke. Mr. Zeke Zekerton. A boop, boop, boop. He's an old man in the cold weather. I know. The baby boy. Technically, he's not a senior for, I think, another couple of years. I think 7 starts senior age. But right now, Chicago Animal Care and Control. Here, come over here. Let me plug it in. CACC has adoption fees waived for all senior pets, so all pets 5 years old and up, which is awesome. And I learned something cool earlier. I can't pull it up on here because I don't have Instagram on here. But there's a law, at least in the state of Illinois, where if you are a veteran, you can go into any animal control and adopt any animal with the fee waived. You pay nothing because you are a veteran, and Illinois has a law that veterans can adopt an animal for free. I'll pull it up later if I remember about it. Yeah, it's, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's a little kitty cortisol shot. It is an amazing shot. It's Veterans Day today, I think. And they did a post about it, and I read the expanded portion. And I was like, oh my god, that's the coolest thing ever. I did not know that. No way. I think it's all across Illinois. I'll have to reread it again. It might just be Chicagoland. But it looked like it's an IL dash number law, which would mean Illinois. I think. I'm I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law person. Anybody could use a free buddy. It's the veterans. Exactly. I actually went a different way that I went down streets that I've never gone down earlier. Or not earlier. Yesterday? Yesterday when I picked up mom's meds because they had a road closed for a portion, so I went down a side street I've never been down in my life, but driven by a million times, and there was a VA over there. I don't know why that matters for anything, but I was like, wow. This is a thing that I discovered. It felt like a very inconvenient area though. I don't think that was very, very well set up. But what a cool law. Wanna go get yourself a pupper pal? A little kitten buddy? Lock those just in case. If you're a veteran, you can do it for free. It's beautiful. And more animals in homes. Clear the shelters. Boop doop boop boop. Chauncey, I heard you. Is you creeping? You's creeping. Hi. There's my other little hyena. That's my butt. Get on my butt. Thank you. Thank you. Big stretch. Big stretch. And Pippi, big sleepy. And Chong, big fluffy. Chong's like, don't call me a pillow. I'm in motion. With this. Hi, Mama. Hi, babies. Hi, Stinkies. Hello, Stinkies. Daisy just got up and stretched and boop. Oh, I love that for her. That was marvelous. You're just a little snuggle puddle right now. Aww. Aww. It's so sweet. It's Mom and Minnie Moms. And Daisy. Daisy, who must be taken after her daddy. She's so cute. It's a law. Oh, it is a statewide law. That's awesome. In Cali, in Illinois, in Michigan, and just Houston. That's interesting. I wonder why just Houston and not all of Texas. statewide city. That's awesome though. Oh my goodness. That's beautiful legislature. Can we have included that for like across all 50 states in the last government shutdown, or do we have to save it for the next one? Golly gee willikers, Batman. Hello, tall baby. You're a little overlord. Hi, Mama. So, Mom's eye is not like an infection we don't think that the kittens can catch. We're speculating that the kittens did indeed just scratch her eye. Like I had said, I don't know, like a week and a half ago. But it probably keeps happening repeatedly. And that's what's going on with the little baby girl over here. Poor little Daisy is just the odd one out. Like, she's the redheaded stepchild, but she's not an orange cat. Welcome to Mad Topher. Mom's not mad at me. She was really mad at me earlier. She loves me. She loves me. She loves me. She loves me. I'm relieved. I thought she was gonna hate me all night long. Butt rubs. Aw. Daisy's ostracized because she's not in the main cuddle puddle. She's too big. She has to make her own cuddle puddle. She's gotta do her own. Oh, thank you. I do like this cosplay. It's officially licensed gear, so it looks pretty well put together without like too much effort. But the pants are too short for the sizing that it is for it to mostly fit me. So I have to pull them up like capris because they're crazy floods. I'll never let you guys get away with a compliment. I'm sorry. But thank you. I hope the start of the week has been kind to everybody. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Yeah, no phone throwing tonight. There's cosplay. We're good. Oh, I'm so happy she's not mad at me anymore. She was so upset earlier. Aw. Time wounds all heals. Kind of. I mean, this will heal, but in the time that it took to get her in the carrier, she sure dang didn't get me. I'm just so glad you didn't bite me deep enough to need to go to the doctor, because she doesn't have her rabies shot yet because of the babies. Obviously, she doesn't have rabies, and if she was going to show signs of it, she would have already. She's been here for close to 12 weeks, 11 weeks, something like that. When did she pop out the kittens? Like a week and a half into having her or something like that? I think, somewhere around there. Hey, baby. So she's, like, not rabid, but that would have not been good. There'd be other reasons to throw the phone. Probably. My stream is crashing pretty solidly tonight. That makes me want to throw phones. Makes me want to throw just about everything except for the kitties and the puppers. It's annoying. We'll figure out over the next couple days, though, if it's in my control or out of my control. There's a hair. I don't want the babies to have the hair. No. No hair. No hair for hers. And Stripes is being so demure, so mindful over here in her own little world. Hi, baby girl. I can eat your food. And then we can do some munchies. Munchies. Munchy, munchy, munchies. Oh, I'm so glad you're not scared of me. I'm sorry I had to be a mean lady. She was so Heidi for it, too. It was terrible to get her in the carrier today. And she went behind the couch, and I had to move the couch and, like, yoink her. It was terrible. Oh, Daisy, may you protect your innocence. 11/11 is not National Phone Throwing Day, is it? Because otherwise we're like an hour away. I think. Wait, is today the 11th or the 10th? Oh no, today's the 11th. I thought it was the 10th all day. Oops. It's my bad. Hi, little ones. Are you down in there? Void is so tiny. She's hiding under my butt. She's so tiny. She's so little. Okay, let's make some food for the stinkies. Oh, Daisy, are you doing dual litter box situations here? All over the place. Little biscuit. You are just the tiny little Batman overlord. I love that. I love that for you. Oh, stripey stripes. Oh, stripey stripes. Alright, ladies, let's make some food. And tomorrow, on Serena Day, this needs to be tidy, because sooner or later, more likely sooner, there's the bag of Clippies over there. I found them. The babies are going to be able to get up here, and it's going to be trouble, trouble, trouble. Oh! Are you going to poop? Do you be pooping? What are you doing? I always get sketched out when they go from one litter box to another. Like, are you struggling? Is there a problem here? You good, girlfriend? Okay. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Oh, Nibbler, don't knock that over. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Surrounded by Kittens. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Is 11/11 National Singles Day in China? I don't know. I don't live in China. I don't even know U.S. holidays. I'm still not certain that it's Veterans Day, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that it is, but I'm not certain. I date and write out my calendar myself, so I don't have a calendar that tells me what the holidays are anymore. I live in my own sovereign nation. I know nothing. Hi. What's up, stinky girl? All I know is when it's feeding time. I don't know other things. I know nothing, Jon Snows. Oh, that's Ucky. That's from earlier. It's Ucky now. We don't need that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You ready for munchies? Are you ready for munchies? Are you ready? Meow. Nibbler and Stripes like chirp. Like they don't have a real meow. They must take after their dad that way. Because Void meows. But Daisy has a perfect little baby. And I love it. Oh, did you just do that? Which one? Nibs or Stripes? Oh, they proved me wrong. That was cute. I'm surrounded. I'm surrounded. I'm surrounded by babies. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Whatever shall we do? Whatever shall we do? We will love them forever. Googled and learned things. I'm here for this. Oh my god, that was close. That was scary. I almost stepped on your tail. Jesus. Food. Food, food, food. And what is Google teaching us today? Void, let's educate ourselves. Let's educate ourselves. Education. On August 24th, there was a mobile phone throwing championship in Finland, where the Guinness Book of World Records for phone throwing is 110 meters, 42 centimeters. I mean, put me in a certain kind of mood, and I bet I could beat that. And I'm not even a good thrower. Was it a good... Okay, wait, hold on. Follow-up question. Was it a man or a woman that set the record? I feel like girls have phone throwing superpowers. Hello, I'm so proud of you. We do have to do a bit of drops. And you're going to be very mad at me. And I apologize in advance for that. But we do have to do it. We're prepared to wait until tomorrow if necessary. But we're going to do it if we can. I love you. I love you. I have to traumatize you, and I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Okay. And try this. Snacky. Snacky, snacky, snacky. Snacky, snacky, snacky. Snacky, snacky, snacky. See, I love you. You're a good girl. You got pets. You get love. Get a little more in a sec. I know. It's okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Look. Look. Yummy. Good girl. Oh yeah. Good job, Void. Good job. I want to try and figure out all like the little life hacks for her. Definitely got to work on getting in the carrier. I don't know if she'll ever be able to go to the vet without being gassed. But like for medicine, that's such a good way of doing it. And if I can put together like a little like how to care for Void and someone's interested in adopting her, there's so much less chance of her getting returned for her little idiosyncrasies. Good job, baby. Good job. You got some on your foot. I dropped it on your foot. Person's name is Dries Vermans. I'm not making a guess. I have no idea. That is a very... I could not tell you for $1 million if that's a man's or a woman's name. Wow. Someone did a California stop in your neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a phone throwing world record. Oh, that it just really grinds my gears. Like, what does it cost you to follow the law and stop at a stop sign? Really? I don't know. It's like the first thing you learn in driver's ed. I know I'm an idiot sometimes, but I just really don't understand idiots. I know, no running away or chomping. She loves her snackies, which I'm so grateful for. But the no running away is the best. She's never chomped me for medicine, just only the first time today going in the carrier because she did not want to do it at all and she was very scared. Like, she was shaking. She legitimately gets scared. Like, she reacts out of fear. It's not her fault. But no running away is like epic, especially after having gone to the vet today. I thought she was going to hate me for the next 24 hours. I mean, I was supposed to give her medicine tonight, but I was fully prepared to not, and the vet was fully informed of that. Oh my god. They are chewing on the wrapper. Shit, thank you. Holy god. I thought I had it. Thank you. Thank you. Good eyes. Good call. Good call. Don't do that. That's a trip to the emergency vet. More like Serena, don't be a ding dong. I'm usually so good about that too. I'm only human. Thankfully, I have you amazing humans. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you. What'd you do that for? What'd you see? Because my name's Nibbler. I gotta be Nibblins. My name's Nibbler. I be Nibblins. Nibbler says, "Holy cow, I'm really tall all of a sudden, and there's big hair around me. What's happening here? What's happening here? Oh, don't jump that high! Yay, 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 yay! Okay, that was a choice. That was a commitment. That was a strategy." Stripes is like, me next. She's lining up. Hello. I love you, baby. I'm just so glad that we're like 99% sure that it's not something that the babies can catch. And you just scritched your mother, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. See, that's how we do it, Nibbler. We don't just flail. We don't do that. Goodness golly. Alright, let's throw this away. So we're not going to get into it again, and put the can back in the fridge. And then we love on the babies for a few. Cheesy. Rumble tumble. She's so cute. They're all so cute. But Daisy's just a princess. Stripes, you're chewing on a blanket. Just so you know. Is that a fair choice? John Cena. John Cena. Burr, 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 burr. Chauncey just looks at me silly when I do that. You're such a good girl. You go in the carrier by yourself. I do want to start carrier training the kittens. I think that would be beneficial too. Like, I want the world to be perfect where everyone who's adopting an animal is committed and educated when it comes to adopting that animal. But people don't always know, and they give up and they make different choices, and I just want to make everything as easy for their new parents as possible. As possible. Nibbler, you're so funny. You're in the carrier. You have like zero. Nibbler has zero survival instincts. Just having the carrier around them is a pretty good step in carrier training. I think so. Like Voya and Gunther always have a carrier out for them to lay in, and they're pretty well carrier trained. Like they don't just walk into it when it's time to go, but they don't really put up a fuss when it is time to go. Are you enjoying being the guardian of the bathroom? She's so cute. Stripes is trying to figure out if she wants to go under the chair next to me. Silly goose. Oh no, we want the toy. We want the toy. What are you doing? Are you gonna go get Stripes? Are you gonna get her? Get her. What does she have over there? What does she have? What does she have? You're so silly. You're so silly. Oh, you're gonna wrestle under there. Okay. Nibbler, how's that working for you? She's so funny in there. I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. She's like, what? What did you get? What? Where? How? Sister. I love watching them learn the world. This is one of the highlights of my life, and there's going to be many more highlights of my life like this, but this is a cool point in time. I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful. I'm a grateful girly. You won't, mate? Oh, Daisy, are you a little proper English gal? Oh, you're a little proper English gal. Come here, I want to hold you. You're watching your sister in the litter box right now, and you don't need to do that. You don't need to be another Slavka. You don't need to be another Slavka. Her tummy grumbled. Do the tummy grumblies? Hello, tummy grumblies. Hello. Do I get kissed? Thank you. It's kind of just like a blep, a boop, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh, now you're gonna eat your ass. Okay. I love cats. It's good times. It's very good times. Oh, Daisy May. Oh, Daisy May. I don't know if she's developing stripes or what. She looks kind of like she has bird feather hair on top of her head. I don't know if she's having an awkward growth phase or if she's getting a little stripey. Her tail has like tabby stripes to it. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, give me that belly. Give me that belly. Give me that belly. That's my band-aid. Give me that belly. Give me that belly. Give me that belly. Ah, ba, 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 ba. Belly, 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 belly. Here, I want to do what I used to do with Munster with you if we can. Come here. Come here. Stripes lets me do it. No, you gotta lay on your back. No? Oh. Like the little surprise kitty meme. I used to do that with Munster all the time. He would lay on my belly and pow, pow. You two just gonna do your own thing in there? Daisy, what about you? You gonna get on camera control with the tripod? I gotta fill your wand big food bowls. And then I guess we're gonna play some Lego Batman. Daisy, try not to chew on the tripod, please. She has a different idea on what's right to do. She's confused. She's just a little confused. Just a little. Just a bit. Derpy derp. Probably. Probably. She just wants to be a part of tech crew. That's what she's going for. She's on camera control. She got this. I need stuff to fill the bowls. Hi, to fill the bowls. You're such a tiny little tot. Tiny little tot potato. Not a hot potato, but a tot potato. Ah. She's so cute. Hi, baby girl. She says, oh, more food? More food? More food? Gimme! Daisy is, geez, as of today, she's almost 1,400 grams. She's 1,375 grams. Hi, baby girls. And then Nibbler is 1,158, and Stripes is 1,252. Daisy is a thick girl. 99.9% certain, no way of proving it, but 99% certain that she was the giant shithead on the x-ray of the baby skeletons. Like when they're still inside of mom. She had to have been the big giant one that I was calling the shithead. Girls, I have the tripod on here. It's not the way to do this. We're confused. We're confused. She can be a little shithead. They all can be. They're shittens. It's what they're meant to do. Well, that was the biggest one on the x-ray, and she's the biggest kitten. She's been the biggest kitten the entire time. They've all been ahead of their growth curve. I don't know if they are now. I feel like Stripes and Nibbler are a little smaller, but maybe that's just because Daisy's bigger. I don't know exactly what they should weigh right now, but I know they're all healthy weight. But they were ahead of the growth curve by like 5 days consistently. Like the whole time they were extra mini tiny. Oh my god. Even looking back at pictures of them first being born, it's hard to actually believe that that was real. Like they were that small. I know I was there. I know I observed all of this like day by day, but oh my god. I wonder if it's going to be like that for every litter that we end up fostering. Or if it was just because this was my first time and I was constantly just making sure that mom's helping them go to the bathroom, they're nursing enough, everyone's breathing. I probably spent half of my time with them just staring at them, just making sure that they're breathing. Like, you're okay, you're stable. Chauncey's creeping. Creeper! Creeper! Jeepers! Peepers! Where'd you get those eyes? Chauncey creeping. Stop creeping! Go lay down. Go in your house. It's weird. It gets weird after a certain amount of time. It's weird. Is that your little launch pad, girlfriend? Whoop. Alley oop. Fruit loop. Skadoop. Boop. Fraloop. V-doop. Skadoop. Now they're in their wild mode era. Is Nibbler still in the house? Oh no, they're all... Nibbler's taking over stream. What are you doing, girlfriend? What are you doing? Nibs. Nibs. You're ridiculous. You're very silly. You're very silly and we love you. Easy, easy, easy. Oh, and I scared Daisy by putting Nibbler down. Daisy is foofed. A little bit. You can give my foot. Alright, let's give Mama a few more lovin's and then play some Lego Batman. Lego Batman. We just had to have like twice the zoo drama. Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. She said, only love, no treats. She's throwing her phone right now. No treats? Slam. Okay. I love you. I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. You're a very beautiful girl. You're a very good, beautiful girl. Oh. Poor Beeb. See traumatized from today. Daisy, you're very fucking cute. You're very, very cute. You have the average eye booger. Let me pick it. Let me pick it. She had a non-concerning eye booger. Kit, smooch your head because you're in the potty box. What you doing there, little miss? Are you pooping? Good girl. Good girl. Don't jump. Stripes, no. Let Nibbler poop. Poop in peace. Bathroom is sacred time. Sacred time. Bathroom is sacred time. Bathroom is personal time. We do not jump on everyone while they're in the bathroom. It's personal time. It's not a good habit to get into. It's not nice. It's not nice. It's not nice. We don't do that. There are other ways to entertain yourself. It's not a good choice. Let her finish. Stripes is very offended right now. She's very offended. But she also likes neck rubs, but she's very offended. It's okay. I love you. You just can't attack everyone while they're in the litter box. You can't do that. That's bad habits. That's bad habits. They only do it with the closed litter box, though, which I find interesting. Okay, now you're free. Now you're free. Good job, Miss Nibblery. Ow. Nibbler needs to poop so we can power the reactor. There's your fuel. Fresh, hot, and ready. Hot and ready. Fork you, light. Hot and ready like Little Caesars. Ow. That feels fantastic to do. So good. So good. JK's, it's not good. Do. Ow. Alright, let's play some Bitmans. Play some Bitmans. I have the Hitachi. I don't have like a pad to lay down that was. Oh, wait, yes, I do. Kind of. I have a heating pad that vibrates and like rolls. So, yes. But I don't think that really counts. It's not like a targeted. It's cheap. It's not a targeted thing. I love you, Stinkies. Very, very, very sweet little stinky baboosh. I forgot I had that though. Let's try it for a minute and see if it helps. Or see if it actually feels like it's doing anything, and then I'll lay on it for a while later tonight. Haha! Thank you for the reminder. Oh, this thing has like the weighted blanket beads in it too, and it's so stinking heavy. I have separate use Hitachis. I will likely take one of those to my back. I need to do it to. I have a weird. This happened today. I don't know why. If it's like a compensation thing from what started up yesterday or what it is, but it's the weirdest feeling, and I think it's a pinched nerve. It feels like I have an itch like under my skin. Hi, Slavka. Or sometimes it feels like a stabbing burn. But it's obviously not an itch, like you can't scratch it. But if I do, then I feel it zazzing up here, the same place but on the other side. I don't know what's causing that, but that I do want to take the Hitachi to, and I forgot about that. I plan to do that. And I completely forgot about it. Because I think that'll help work that one out. I'm falling apart. No, I really think just like I'm getting better, hopefully, and things are loosening up. But, oh, Slavka said, I need a massage first, Mom. I had a really long, hard day. Meow. Oh, Gunther, I'm on my way in a sec, buddy. Hold on. Hold on. I think my physical therapy is working, which is good. But I think it's making other things go, oh no, we've been tight for 1,000 years. What do we do? My body is strange. I feel like I'm both very stiff and also very flexible. I think I've accidentally done the same thing that my dad did, where you do the same amount of exercises over so many years and the same amount of like stupid stunts, although my dad doesn't really do stupid stunts, thankfully, because he's old. But my body knows how to move itself flexibly for those things, but probably not all around in general. It's like trained flexibility. I don't know how to even properly phrase that. I'm sure there's a word for it. There's like muscle memory to everything that I do. And outside of that, I'm probably not as limber as I've led myself believe. Hello, Miss Slavka. Hello, Miss Slavka. So I feel like other stuff loosening up is making all of this come to the forefront when I haven't felt this for years. It's goofy. But that's my theory. I'm going to bring it up with my physical therapist tomorrow. I have 2 more visits. I have tomorrow and next Wednesday. And then I don't go back again until like the spring because I need a new referral order and she's booked up until like February. So I'll probably start again around like March or April. Some heat and vibration sounds like the cure. I'm thinking so. I don't know if this will feel like it'll be enough though. That's a weird one. Which one is Buzzy? I love when these things have a timer because I forget to turn them off and like, what if? It's just scary. But I find it funny that like the massage one has a timer to it. Like you're really going to forget that it's off. It's not that good. I really forget that it's on. Talk about Princess. Daisy is nothing on Slavka. I know. She's a Mimi head. It's all about me, 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 me. Terrorizing is hard work. You gotta unwind at the end of the day. Get a massage. You gotta rub those shoulders. Get the cricks out of the neck. Do some pressure points behind the ears. Get those arms. Ew, she tooted. She's too relaxed. She really was liking that. I'm sorry to put you down, but you got a stinky ass, girl. That was raunchy. See, now if only I could clone myself and like put myself into that deep of a state of relaxation, right? That would be nice. Without a timer is scary. I don't know. I'm pretty good about unplugging things when I'm done with them, or like when I wake up, I unplug whatever heating pad I'm using. Hi, baby girl. You tooted. So sneaky. But sometimes I do forget, and God, I'm grateful there's a timer. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The best chin rubs. The best chin rubs. You tooted. You're a toot magoot. You're a toot magoot. Even Chauncey looks over. It was raunchy. I'm sure he smelled it. It was a spicy one. It was spicy. It was spicy. Oh. I turned it on, but then it stopped. It doesn't work anymore. No. Oh, there it goes. It doesn't work when I'm laying on it? Are you fucking kidding me? What do you think, Slavka? It's going. I think you guys can probably hear it. Oh, now it's staying on. I think it's breaking though. That's what happens when you buy cheap things. I just wanted one that was weighted that was a heating pad. And this was just as expensive as the ones without the buzzy. Oh, it does kind of feel good. I didn't realize that when it does just the plain vibrate setting, it kind of makes it like rocking waves. I don't know if that's exactly everything that I need, but I feel like that would be beneficial tonight. Slavka is full of beans. Beans, beans, the musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Oh, Slavka. That was so stinky. Sleep stream in 3, 2, 1. And relaxing doesn't make me sleepy, surprisingly. I also just don't relax, though. Good call on suggesting that. A round of applause. And I shall have to Hitachi my hip later tonight. Because what the fork at that? What the fork? Arg. But again, I also did not walk the dogs again today because it was very, very cold. So I'm sure that's contributing. Your doors locked? No good. Need double, triple check. We gotta go on the treadmill, but it's not the same like as actually moving your feet on the ground. I don't feel like I stretch my hips as much. It's more of like a confined motion. But it's also in like a tiny little corner of the basement. So there, it's a confined space. Gunther. Excusey. 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 Thank you. Oh, I forgot to put all this away. Oops. I got so distracted by everything breaking. Has it broken more on us? I did not want to ask. I was scared. Slavka, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Niet. Niet. Crazy girl. She wild. Oops. I turned the camera, not this camera.
Was muted. Thank you. Oh, I played the music, not me. Derp. That's the second time I've done that recently. Why am I doing that? Hey, Boya. We gotta put a bed for you up here, buddy. I think you would like that. I think you would like that. Let's get the baby cam up. Oh, maybe this is important. Maybe I should be paying attention. Don't sit on the keyboard. I rescue you. I rescue you. Beyond Gotham. Dun dun dun. Don't need a bed when there's a comfy keyboard here. Yeah. I wonder if they make a keyboard, like a plush keyboard bed cat. Plush keyboard bed for cats. I missed like 3 words. Oh my god. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean. He kind of looks like a hyena. If we just like hold him like this, he's a baby hyena. But then no, he's a cat. He's a hyena. He's a cat. He's a kitty cat. He dun 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 dun. Cats think I'm a kitty cat. Dun 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 dun. Okay, now we're gonna. Oh, you really want to stay in my arms? Okay. I was gonna try and set things up, but okay. 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 Are the beans eeping or are they zooming around? Do be zooming a little. Oh yeah, you're a big boy. Yeah. Oh, I'm a silly goose. I could just do this. I am a silly goose. A ba doop a doop a doop a doop. Put the game up here. BBs over here. They were zooming around over here. I don't know what they're up to. They're silly. Okay. We're slowly doing a lurch. You have to hear him laugh to be sure. He would sound like the hyenas in the Lion King. What are you doing, Beans? Little rat. Oh, Mom is overlording. They're so cute. Lego Batman. The first one is called Lego Batman the video game. And I appreciate that bluntness. Now you're picturing Boy with the voice of Whoopi Goldberg. Oh my god. Stranger things have happened. They do have big pounces. I love watching them come into their own. This really has been like a highlight of my life. Thank you for sharing this beautiful segment with me, Club Gold. What are you doing, you little dink? Such humble idiots. I love them. Oh, because Void pounces like a dumbass. She doesn't know what she's doing, and I love that for her. She doesn't know what she's doing at all. It's like someone told her what playing was when she was a young kitten, but she never got to do it. And now she just has to go off of this, like, vague imaginative thing that she's made up in her head of like, oh, we could jump like this, but actually let's do it like that. The wonderful thing about Tiggers is Tiggers are wonderful things. She's phenomenal. I'm gonna heat up my little cup of coffee and then we shall press any button. Any single button at all. Mr. Bean, you're very cute.
Mm-hmm.
You're very good with your feeder and I'm proud of you. Yes. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Hold on, Tinky Boo. I lied. I made a whole new cup. There's only like an inch of coffee left. I didn't realize that from earlier. I made a whole new cup. Any button. Oh, connecting. Are they gonna let me in? Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. I'm impatient. Oh. Oh. The main screen. Why did I look at the ones on the side instead of the big red one first? I don't know how any of this is going to work. Never played a Lego before. On. There's probably... It's fine. Probably tutorials. Very rarely are there not. Save slots. It's beautiful. Autosave has now been enabled. Do not switch off the power when this icon is on the screen. Oh, he's angry. Okay, but he's angry. Sheesh. I really hope the beginning was not pivotal. I did not pay attention. It's a portal. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm watching Sailor Moon right now. Make it make sense. I think it's because they're in space. It's like giant creature things, but it has that vibe.
We now have you outmatched. Tell us why you brought us here. But stop. That's why I'm here.
Is that what Beyond Gotham means? We're in space?
Get this thing off me.
I understand and sympathize, Lovelies, but we did not bring you out here.
Wait a minute. If none of us are responsible for bringing us out here, then who is?
I didn't do it. Wayne Enterprises. Bat signal is shining. Are we ready to get on the go? Hi, Voya. How you doing, Bubbalo? This looked like the squids from the Matrix. They reminded me of... I'm trying to think of the word for it. They reminded me of the... What the fuck are they called? I can't pause this. Replicators? Is that what they were? In Stargate?
Sure, it's a good idea to follow Killer Croc into a sewer.
We've got to find out what he's up to.
Okay, pause. Boy, you're on the space bar. I opened Google and it's just space. We're like 50 spaces out, buddy. Oh my god. Your ass was on the space bar. Oh my god. Yes, it's replicators. Replicators are just grown-up Legos.
Let's go.
This is all shiny and are we in a rave right now? Oh, I'm Batman. Do I do anything with that? Press any button. What? Coins? This is gonna be a learning curve. Everything is a learning curve. I'm me. Circle. What does that do? Okay, that puts us up. What does the question mark thing mean, though? Oh no, I'm Robin. Oh no, I fell. Does that switch character? No, was I Robin the whole time? I thought I was Batman for a minute. Is this what switches us? What is this? Oh. Okay, but I can't overboard. Oh, Batman's just following. Oh, dang it, I can't overboard. But there's a ladder. Okay. I want the coins! I want the things! I want the shiny things! I want the shiny things. shiny. I blame being raised on Spyro for that. What does this do? I don't know. Maybe it's not important. I kind of doubt it, but... You can switch at any time. Oh! How do we do that? Is there... Show game controls. It doesn't start with a tutorial like I assumed. Toggle characters. L1. Interact as circle. So circle it? Wait, which one did I say? I just looked at it. L1. I'm L1ing. It's not changing us. Okay, that's fine. I can be Robin. Interact as circle? Let's jump. That accomplished something. I'm on top of it. R1, R2, R2D2. No. You know what? I will be happy if all we do is collect shiny things. That's the best that I've got. I was Batman at the start, and then I went around fumbling with buttons, and now I'm not Batman. But that's okay. Because I don't have to be Batman. Oh. Does that hurt his health? I don't think so. I think it's okay. I like the random little Lego debris everywhere. Especially that it's in shopping carts. Okay, that's done. Can we do something with that now? Oh, that's... I don't know what I pressed. But now I'm Batman again. Woo. Oh, he fell down. You see things look like Lego blocks. You can usually hit them. So, like, these? Oh, that switches me. What? What? That's my character, Biddy. What did I do to switch it then? It's circle triangle? I'm not even trying to break Lego blocks right now. I don't even know how to stay in character. Oh, there was a map somewhere. Yes, map hub only. I don't know what that means. I don't think we got a map. I don't know what hub is, but I don't think we're a hub. Square was attack. Ah. Oh, can we swim down? How do you... No! I guess those are not for me. We don't go that way? Around from up? Perhaps mistakes have been made. I mean, it's kind of neat that you can be in 2 different places at once, but I wish I could choose this a little differently. Wait, pursuers in the servers, in the sewers. This isn't online, is it? Circle interact. Do we want to try and break Legos with square? I don't know if that breaks. Not attacking anything. This is going so well. out to over. Oh, does that do something more than just shinies? No. That's not helpful. If you found a way to break this, I'd be impressed. I aim to impress. Not actually, though. That just moves us. What are we accomplishing with this here? Is it showing me things that I can attack? Like when I press and hold it, I guess? Okay, we're learning. Is that a way through behind? Maybe? Aren't we in the Bat Cave? Am I breaking my own shit? I don't think we're... No, we're in the sewers. Batarang! What does it mean? I feel like it's important. I guess not. No. Get out of the corner. Until Jack Horner, who sat in a corner. No. There was a Clyde. A rat. Blurp. Wait, we toggled. Oh, that just drained a little bit of things. What's that? That's shiny. That's what we jump up with. We're learning. Oh, maybe I can select multiple targets. I didn't consider that. That'd be cool. So that's not a way. So somehow this is the way. But I don't know how. Is there a shiny that we can... What was it? Oh, maybe we can't... The attack doesn't toggle in here. Oh wait, yes it does. I don't like not full perspective. But then there should be something that we could like swing ourselves off of maybe, right? But if it's only showing up like on this side. Or maybe it's only showing up because that's more shallow. Like you can walk there versus swimming. But I don't think that's the way we can go. You can't be stuck 2 seconds into the game, Serena. Come on. You're better than this. We go up, like, is that the way? No, but it should be. I have disagreements. I don't know why this would be anything over here, but you never know. Oh, you can awkwardly go behind that. Can we awkwardly go behind anything over here? Is that a piece of learning? Him walking through the water is funny. Can we like squeeze through here? I'm just a little Lego guy. No? You could fit. You could do it. Just try. I don't think he can do it. I don't think he can do it. Common theme is that you break a lot of stuff and then assemble it as something to progress. Oh. I don't know why I wouldn't have considered that. That's actually a cool feature, to build Legos in Lego game. I should have called my nephew before opening this, honestly. He would know what to do. So whatever pieces are left, what do we do with them? Let's find out. Let's get everything out that we need to, maybe, can, have, etc. So do I just blue skidoo into the game and then build things? Is that how that works? I think I need a walkthrough. You just have to break everything open. Does it assemble itself? Oh, they disappear? Only temporary coins? What does this mean? What about National Phone Throwing Day? Oopsies. Oopsies. When you can assemble something, the pieces are sort of bouncing on the ground. Okay, what else do we need to break then? Oh, there's a bit more up there. Shiny. You don't deserve it anyway. Would those be workable too? I guess we need some light from somewhere. There has to be more to break because they're not bouncing. Whee! I didn't know you could do that from afar. Ah! Requires much effort. Ah! There's a little tutorial video. Okay. Hold circle to build objects from hopping on Lego bricks. So hold. Okay. No, that was a very good call. Thank you. That was helpful. I'm not ready to jump up there yet. I want the shinies. I want the shinies. Can we build more things? That's probably it. I'm guessing. I don't know what that means. So wait, how do we go? Is there what? His speculation is throwing me off. So is this still existing here? I want to walk through. Some things are character specific. Ah. Hi, Voya. Voya's gonna help. I did zero research, but I just assumed this would kind of be like Telltale based. And you just played little things as if you were in like a Lego movie version of it. Voya, 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 Voya. You gotta move your butt. You're on the keyboard. You have so much space. You gotta move your butt. Thank you. You made my screen really tiny. You pressed buttons. Pursuers in the sewers. Sometimes IGN guides are so good and sometimes they make zero sense to me. I don't want a video. What are you doing, Batsy? What's you doing, Batsy? Oh, I might have to? Even if I don't want to? That's goofy. It's like no shade to Robin. No, it's not at all Telltale. Like, it makes me do things. It makes me learn. I miss game guides, like actual books. I miss forums. Here's a forum. Where's... Don't bite me. Oh. This might not be... Okay. Ow, stop biting me. What's this? In some situations, I feel like it's helpful to see a video to actually get a visual on what to do for a portion of the game. But otherwise, I want like a guide. I want. It really freaks me out that the camera moves without me moving the controller. Or maybe Voya's hitting it with his tail. I don't want an achievement guide. This might be too new to really have too many written guides beyond the one that I don't want. You go, Zeke, you go. You go. Let's try this. Oh, we make Killer Croc in here? Maybe? Maybe? No one wants to be Robin, not even Robin. That's why he became Nighthawk at one point. Did he? I don't know very much Robin lore. Or is that just grown-up Robin? I feel like I did know that at some point, but I assumed that that was Robin all grown up, like how Pokemon evolve. You know, like superhero juniors evolve, sidekicks evolve, not superhero juniors. What a silly thing to think of. Sidekicks. Go, Ziggy, go! Mr. Bean. I would believe that he had a Nighthawk phase.
Nice. Time to clean this place up a little.
Lame. So, what? We vacuum up all the Legos now? Is this supposed to teach kids to clean up their toys? I'm a Ghostbuster. I feel like my nephew should have played more Lego games. Now this moved. What does that mean? Hablarg. Oh, left one. I'm guessing like something of completion points will come up. Maybe not. No. Oh. Then we power it with extra Legos. Okay. Stepping on Legos does hurt like a motherfucker. I like Batman's speculation. The mousey got in the way of me getting to my coin. What the hell are you doing with this? Wait, we just did it, didn't we? What? Do I need to be Batman for that? What? Oh. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. I couldn't quite figure that one out. I was trying to figure out how I would like mash circle by initially toggling it. Ah, now we get through. Triangle. And now Robin has to clean it up. Oh my god. Is it this one? This one. I think. No? I don't know why I couldn't do that before. Batman needs that one? Okay. I'm liking this, but this is so different than anything that I've ever played. Oh. I think I just... Wait. Was I supposed to do... I think I wasn't supposed to do that. Maybe Robin was supposed to do that. No? I'm invisible now? I'm guessing we have to do something with this to get across there, but what? I don't know. Why do you keep going invisible? What does that even mean? You got through the first room, only to get stuck in the second room. For what? But my suit regular? Ah, okay. That's so weird. I like this so far, but I don't like in general toggling in between things. What are you showing me? What does that even mean? I have like laser vision? Laser fix-it vision? What? Is that gonna blow that through there? Right, I'm not a professional HVAC girly. What? Is that just a negative piece? Oh, they really had to put that in there to stump you, huh?
You sound surprised.
I'm not a plumber. Oh god. And a puzzle right at the second room too. That's so rude. Let the phone throwing commence. Right? I might. If there's more puzzles. Fuck them coins. Get out of there. And, oh wait, no. I want bat suit. I find it so, like, mind-blowing that there are people in the world that can play things like this fluidly. Oh, I don't think we can double battering. That would be cool, though. It's like a shiny toilet thing. Why can't I hit it? It looks like it's made out of Legos. Oh, we can if it's double selected. You can't individually select it. But if you, like... I guess there's not a good example anymore. That should hit all three of them. Yeah. Woo! Participation point shinies. Oh, I left one. Shame on me. Robin looks like he's in Stranger Things. Golden toilet is immune to battering. That's why I splurged on one. I feel like it's important because it's sparkly, but it won't let me do anything with it. I like destroying things as one of the side quests. That's fun. Ba-doo, 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 ba-doo. How much more is there to destroy? There'd be fire ahead. Fire. Fire in the hole. More? Jeez. Okay. That should be everything. Nope. Nope. But wait, there's more. Maybe Robin has to interact with that one? No. Cleaning crew doesn't get it either. Maybe. No. Okay. He like stopped for a moment, like, wait, do I have to go? It looks destroyable. Yeah! If you can hit it with Batman, it's always worth switching to see if another character can. That's why I tried Robin, but apparently the toilet is not for us. I don't know. I'm okay with missing one part. It just doesn't seem like Robin. He does throw his little stick, but it didn't work. It doesn't select it, and he just puts it away when I select it. No little stick for me. Bloop, bloop. I don't know if that was supposed to come down yet, but here we are. I'm not realizing I enjoy destroying things more than I enjoy picking up shiny coins. I don't know if I just dubbed in that. I think Robin has to put that one out. Oh wait, suit. Yeah, I don't like switching in between things. But otherwise I'm liking this. I'm enjoying figuring this out. Oh, I kind of just assumed that he takes care of that one. No? Well, don't hit Batman with it. That's your boss. Or not? I don't know. We're not there yet. Oh! Don't go overboard. Oh, I did destroy everything over there. I thought there was still shit left. Oh, boy, you're sleeping so sweet. You're sleeping so sweet. Maybe a She-Hulk game in the future. Are there She-Hulk games? I like She-Hulk. I've read a handful of her comics. I like her. Maybe there's more things that we need to unlock to do things. There'd be fire, though. Fire bad. Destruction is the way of the dark side. Batman is secretly a Sith Lord. Whoop. I didn't think I touched the fire. My bad. My bad.
Your suit should protect against that toxic slime, Robin.
Fine, but you're paying for my dry cleaning.
You paid me my dry cleaning. They gave him such a whiny voice. Oh, maybe that indicates like a checkpoint of you have to switch character? Because it seems like it's appeared every time we've needed to switch character. Maybe that indicates like who should it be? Maybe. I don't know. That's my speculation. It's a clue, I'm almost certain. I mean, what else would it be? I feel like that's valid.
This place is still damaged from the last time we fought the Joker.
There was a lot of senseless destruction that day.
That's not good. So we can't vacuum it up? What do we need? Do we hit it with the stick? Yes. Oh, I like that. That feels like Kingdom Hearts. That feels good. Feels good. Oh, maybe I shouldn't hit that. I don't have my suit on. Would we do anything? Oh, what the fuck do I do from here? Oh. Oh, Robin only has one heart. That's bad. Does that mean I'm making him die? Uh-oh. Ah. There we go. I thought it selected it. No. There. Boom. Okay, and that did what? So now I have to be Batman in the suit over here? Oh, jeez. That's toxic to how do what? I'm guessing to jump in. I think I saw a ladder over there. Oh. I just killed Batman. Finally, the Joker will love me! Just kidding. But, oops. Oh, that's not a toxic suit. I thought it was. If I die enough times, does it start me over from the beginning? I'm scared. What do you want me to do here? Stop! No, no, no! I need to figure this out. This way? I don't think so. No. There has to be a way to swim in the water. Because there's little gemmy things. Is there like dive? No. Oh. No, that just puts him like face down. Oh, come on. There's no, how do I get out of here then? This was not well executed. Mistakes have been made. I can't get back to a ladder. Can you get up there? No? I mean, you could if you tried harder, you fucking little bitch. Oh no! This pipe there, it stops me. I can't go further. Oh no! I thought I would be able to get across to the other ladder. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Robin, help! I think that means Batman needs to be over here though. Can I clean this up in here? I'm gonna get both of us trapped. Is what's gonna happen. I don't even know where I put Batman. I don't remember where I left him. Oh, he's up there now. Wait, did I fix it? I did! Oh, no fire. Fire bad. Fire bad. Fire bad. You just lose coins? Oh, what a tease. What a tease. It won't always show up when you need to switch. It's just a tutorial thing. Okay. That's okay. I think I'll be able to figure it out. It was just bothering me that I couldn't figure this out. Might be able to go up where Robin is. The AI takes control of the character you aren't using. Oh. The computer playing for me. Oh, why did I do that again? I shouldn't have jumped off again. Okay, put Batman up for me. How do I get to where Robin is? Why can't I clean this up if I'm so fancy? I'm so fancy. Oh. No. Can I... That's not what I wanted. No, only Robin can boop that? Maybe those are only Robins too? The things have to mean something. They just do. I don't think Robin can go through that. No, that's just hazmat. And that's fire. Legos. Destroy the Legos? I can't. We're too far down. Oh my god. How do children figure this out? How? I know. I did the exact same thing all over again. Really, truly. How? No, Batman! There you go. Can I just like put him on my back? No, shit. And just like carry him as Robin? I'd suck him up with the vacuum and throw him over? Oh, I thought that would maybe actually do it. Sorry, Batman. Kids are smart. I remember watching my nephew play shit like this flawlessly. What the I don't understand you. Is there somewhere for Batman to like swing across there? I feel like that's the most likely way. Or maybe Robin should be already over there. Oops, sorry. And I don't know what he's gonna do over there. Oh. Wait, is that gonna do anything? Do we have to hit him multiple times? It's not doing anything. All of them? Oh, that's so weird. They have to all be selected to hit one. Okay, that's gonna help us somewhere. But we still gotta get Batman! On the wrong side. Nope, no more? Why just the two? Am I too close or something? Oh, really? It was a distance thing? That's fucking stupid. What's that gonna do? I'm just doing things and I don't actually know what is going on. Like, what's... What is happening here? We're in and under over here. What is that accomplishing? I feel so lost. Is there anything else that I could, should, would need to hit? I don't know. Robin, you can chill over there for a minute. Using circle next to the question mark. I did not. It just turned him invisible, which is not going to protect him from that. Further away did help, though. That was beneficial. I appreciate that. I feel like I should just be able to grapple onto that and swing over, but that's too easy, right? It's too easy. My poor Batman is just stuck. Oh wait, because he opened that, can I just overboard here and then go around? Strategy. Aha! Oh wait, can I get up? Oh wait, no, that's toxic. Do 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 do. Uh oh. It was a valiant effort. Can I pull myself up on something? Like up in the air? God damn it! This is the worst! This is testing my every ounce of mental fortitude. Oh my god. It's a ladder thing you open with Robin, you might be able to shoot it to knock it down. Could we? Would Robin be able to? Oh wait, what's that? Just more things? I swear that wasn't selectable before, even backing up. I am befuddled. This distance thing is trippy. Excuse me. If I'm out of my hazmat suit, can I pick that up? It looks like that would be pick-upable. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. Those question mark things are kind of annoying. I feel like they look more important than they actually are. Oh my god. Would the top part roll down, or would I have to push up on the bottom part? I wonder. Oh, that still needs to be broken. Maybe I need to break everything so that we can build? Like in the other room? Like rebuild the ladder? Maybe that's what we're going for here. I have no fucking clue. Can Robin build? Or... So I feel like that's indicating that Batman should be here too. I don't know. Batman, can't you see I'm swimming in a toxic pool of acid, right? Batman falls in the acid. Will he fall in love with the Joker? Maybe. Try it and find out. The next time I blurp in, we'll see what happens. Oh my god. I haven't thought about fan fiction in so long. I used to write so much of it. I was obviously incredibly cool. There's no build toggle up yet. So, what are our options? Batman can't do shit. It's useless. Does he? Oh wait, that did something. More? How do children figure this out? Or just be all up on it? I feel like at this point, if we're gonna have a build toggle, it should have come down. But if I'm just here, oh, we can't do that from there. How do? Oops. I didn't mean to change his suit, but it still happened. This is maddening. Are you just inventing this now? Or copying, pasting from this possibly now I'm believing to be real, maybe fanfic? Or is this AI? Oh my god. Story of Batman falling into a vat of acid and falling in love with the Joker. The vat hissed as Bruce hit the surface, his scream lost in a roar of chemical steam. The acid clung to him, searing through armor and pride alike. He reached for the edge, and a pale hand reached back. Careful, Batsy, purred the Joker, grin reflecting in the greenish glow of the chamber. You're not supposed to fall for me so literally. Bruce gasped, his body trembling as the Joker pulled him out, his fingers digging into burnt armor. Why? Why? The Batman croaked, his voice fractured. Why save me? The Joker tilted his head, eyes grinning with mischief and something softer, almost human. Because I'm selfish. Can't have you dying before I go finish our little game. That is too real. That's the best example of a fake or possibly real fan fiction I've ever heard in my life. That's so on par. Do you feel 14 again putting that together? Fuck, I hate this. But I'm determined to figure it out. But what the hell? What the hell, you? Hiss on that thing. The purring Joker was a nice added effect. I'm here for it. Very here for it. Okay, is this indicating to do what? I thought I went through this before. Like around. No, I guess not. No, I thought I did because I jumped back up on here. Didn't I? That's confuddling. I can't see around. And he can't jump up there. Get me out of here. I thought, yeah, we can boop back up. Boop back up there. I don't know. Get out of the fire. What do you do? Screaming. Screaming. ChatGPT helped. I'm not 14 enough to read that. That's okay. I'm not judging. That came out so well. It was perfect. Just imagining it in Mark Hamill's voice. It was beautiful. It took me back. It took me back to the times. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out what I'm supposed to do here. This is terrible. It's something with the ladder over here. It has to be. It has to be. I don't know why, but it has to be. It doesn't seem to be. Will ChatGPT actually write spicy things? Like, will it get all 50 Shades of Grey on you? I think they're changing a few things with it, where, firstly, I don't think you can use it to get, like, medical advice anymore. I think they took that function out of it. And Secondarily, I was being a lazy bastard and using ChatGPT for my YouTube description so I wouldn't have to rewatch the VOD and make a summary of my own, and I'm too lazy to do that. I've always hated writing video descriptions. I find it so arbitrary and annoying, and I avoid it at all costs, even though it's so beneficial. I hate doing it. I just fucking hate doing it. It's irritating. I don't know why, but it just is. And it wouldn't let me do that. Before it was letting me plug the link and then giving me a description, and now she says, I'm not allowed to open links, but if you tell me what the stream is about, I can write you a summary. Bitch. Do this for me. Let me slow blink my way through putting my things where I want them to be. Thank you very much. A naughty AI, that certainly doesn't exist anymore. It's PG-13. That's refreshing. Hopefully. The children can't be accessing the spice. At least not through there. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream screamings. I don't know, maybe I have to go up somewhere? Oh wait, I think maybe I should have had my hazmat suit on. No, maybe not. The controller's vibrating like I'm somewhere I'm not supposed to be. No, there's literally nowhere else. You fucking fucker. Do I need to destroy those Legos, like holding up the bridge? Does Robin need to go full villain era? Shoot Batman for being useless. He's in charge. Why isn't he telling me what to do? Oh. Maybe? It's just puttering out, though. But there is a ladder over there. Can we get to it? No? This game is a fucking cock block and a half. It really is. It really is. Yeah, I had a feeling anything over there is not what I'm doing. But it was the only selectable thing there was. I certainly remember reading spicier things from your school library back in the day. It is interesting what was allowed or maybe went under the radar and what was banned. I'm looking at a walkthrough. I'd like to get through this before bed. Like, just this room. Just this spot. The fire and the toxicity. I want to do it. Room 2. Use Batman's sensor suit to unlock the wall plug. Pull the wall plug to unlock the puzzle. Now Batman will use a sensor suit to solve a puzzle hidden in the wall. Okay. Room 3. Continue moving through the level until you see green goo. Voya, don't click that. Use Robin's biohazard suit to safely move over the green goo. Once on the other side of everything, destroy everything until you see bouncing Lego blocks. Use them to construct a special device that will lower the stairs. Where do you want me to destroy more Lego blocks? Because I have tried to destroy every single one in my path that I am capable of doing so. I'm gonna have a mental breakdown over this game. Oh, no. I didn't mean to do that. Oh. Okay. Is this gonna do it for us? Now they're bouncing. Okay, now they're building. Really? I just had to do one more whap? Oops. Toxic. Do 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 do. So they're bouncing. Bouncing around, bouncing around, bouncing. Do I need to hit them more? Not sure I like teaching the masses of youngsters to like beat things into oblivion to behave and perform for you. Oh. So they're bouncing. Oh, does it not tell me on the screen anymore? I just wait till they're bouncing? Ah. I was waiting for it to tell me. It was not going to tell me. Now the fucking ladder is out. God, we did it. We did it. Hooray. No. Thank you. I assume. Oh. I thought I had the suit on. I was wrong. I assumed it would come on screen and tell me again. But no, I guess you only get one shot, one opportunity at the tutorial biddies. Dang. Okay. Hi, Voya. You're very cute and silly. He's taken over. He says, Mom, it's almost bedtime. Be responsible. Refill my wet foods. No! It's not yet still. How do we get Batman over here? But that's a problem for in a moment. Do I need to hazmat suit that? No, we're good. We're good. Destroy it all! Destroy it all! Destroy it all! Don't fall over. Destroy it all! Destroy it all! I like the parts of this that I understand. There's a member of the zoo that was your Robin. Who would it actually be? Ooh. I will admit, I don't know much Robin lore. But for whatever reason, my impression of him that I have, whether it's true or not, is that he's like kind of a ditzy little clinger. Like he just kind of like goes with the program. So I would say my little Robin sidekick is probably Slavka. But she's a bit less obedient than I would imagine Robin to be. Aww. And Slavka's more than kind to my adopted daughter. It's perfect. It's kismet. Destroyables. Destroy! Destroy! The word they used most is ward. Oh, let me rephrase then. Maybe tank? If I put Robin into a different perspective than I usually have him in. Maybe tank. Can you get into that corner? There you go. Oh no. That sucks. Oh, he respawned. Okay. We're good. Clang, clang. I like the satisfaction of that sound. Link. Link. Oh. Does that do things? That's off. So can I move things? Oh, it turns them on and off. I think. Oh no, he got around. There's so many layers of discovery within this game. I feel like those should be grabbables. we shall see. Oh wait, they're back different. Batman, who was stuck down forever, should not be getting down again. But you know what? We do what we do, walk-a-do, walk-a-do. We're gonna want to go through that. Caution, hazard. Was there more whereabouts? I don't know. This looks important over here. To where or what? I don't know. Is there more stuff to destroy? This is going to be my strategy, is just destroy everything until I'm certain, dang it, that there's nothing left. Destroy everything. Boop. I don't know if those are anything. Move to the right side and use Batman's sensor suit to scan the area. I don't think I'm doing that right. How did I toggle that for him before? There we go. So what did that accomplish? Oh my god. To the right and down, down, down in the burning ring of fire. And biohazards. Oh shit. Mad Topher has his own fanfic of Cygenix writing about the Joker and Batman's love affair. It's too real. It's too real. Propped up in his chair, focus was rising. His thought was chiseled out in the physique of the Joker, and the Batman is typed. The torrid building attraction is the source of the allure and the forbidden tattoo of the hero and villain? Or did the energy of the passion come from Cygenix slow stroke of his fingers across the keyboard? I'm not sure if this is safe for Twitch anymore. It's getting too real. It's getting too real. Oh my god. I was imagining more of like a writing table from like a la reference to the Moulin Rouge. But that works too. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. What was this thing? Excuse me. Move to the right side and use Batman's sensor suit to scan the area. We are on the right side. Sensor suit. It's not showing anything. This is supposed to unlock a lever. I'm on the right, right? Yes. Maybe they mean, oops, all the way on the right? Oh no, you didn't need to be invisible. What the hell are you talking about? More right and down. We have to go back down? That's cursed. It's cursed. that be the lever up there? That doesn't feel right. We do have to get to the train, though. By the bats? Oh, I guess that does probably make sense. Oh, oh! Do we do it with the sun? That's weird. Did I guess I unlocked. I didn't realize I unlocked it. What the fork, Serena? Wait, you're Batman! Why are you causing destruction?
Yes, a little more
Don't do that!
Let's just get going.
Don't do that! Is there a save thing? No. I doubt we've hit a checkpoint. Did someone run into some trouble there? No, we're okay. That's just for decoration. That one's just for show. I hate walking for. I don't like this perspective. Hate walking forward like that. Ah, I have a floofle in my snoot. A floofle in my snoodle. I'm guessing we jump down there to that. Or over if we're brave. Or either or if you're me. Somewhere in the middle and hope for the best. Hope for the best but prepare for the worst. I don't know what the checkpoints look like either. But for how frequently I die and respawn, I wonder if it like auto saves like every 5 seconds or so. Probably not every 5 seconds. That's a bit much, but oh. Okay. Mistakes were kind of made. I like hitting things as Robin more than as Batman. Did I just hit Batman? Sorry, I think I just punched Batman overboard. Oopsies. Oh, there are proper checkpoints? Oh god. It wouldn't be the worst if we had to start over. But I'd like to hit a checkpoint. That just gives us a line back across. What do you want me to do with that? Goodness golly gosh. Golly gee willikers, Batman. Don't follow me, you floofle poofle. I'm guessing that's a lever to pull. I think I guessed correctly. Yay! I don't know what the significance is of that, but we'll figure it out.
Careful, Robin. Those hatches look a little slippery.
Do we jump across those? I guess. It's the first time I've guessed right so far. I'll take it. It's like a little minion or something running around in that suit. He looks so funny.
Help!
Help? Who?
Oh, I'm TV's Adam West. Don't suppose you could lend me a hand?
We gotta save Adam West before bed. Holy shit, we can't just leave him. Oh god. Where is he? Oh, he's down there. And there's Shark. No. How do we help him? Do we batarang him? Oh no. Oh no.
Hello, I'm TV's Al West. Don't suppose you...
I love this cameo bit. Oh my god. That's phenomenal. How do we get down there to help him but like stay safe? Shit. I feel like I just abandoned the side quest by leaving there. What do we do? Can I just grab his ship and reel him in? How do I help Adam West?
Hello, I'm TV's Al West.
No, especially because they don't like define who he is really. They just say TV's Adam West instead of like original Batman. I've never actually watched him as Batman, truth be told.
No. Hello.
I feel like Family Guy potentially ruined the idea of it for me. Like I won't be able to unhear the comedy of it and take it seriously and like appreciate it for what it was and is, like how my dad was able to watch it. Yeah, it is way before my time. That's my dad's Batman, and that's how he doesn't know Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is post Adam West. Biff pow boom. It's actually with comics is how my dad explained onomatopoeia to me. It's a word that makes a sound. Family Guy did make Adam West a jerk. I gotta figure out how to save him. How to save him.
Hello, I'm TV's Al West.
Okay, we heard you the first 30 times, friend. Those and these? Will we build something with that, maybe? I mean, if that was the way to, I don't think that's the way to get down to him. I don't think that's right. No, that's further. It doesn't have the side. I found a good walkthrough, but it doesn't have the side quest biddies. I like his Yeah, that's all forward. We're actually almost through the level though. There's, in like the next room, there's the boss fight with Killer Croc. Then like one more segment to get through and then we're out of here. So it looks like the levels are pretty small. So that's probably where it checkpoints is each little Lego bit. I'm trying! I'm trying! How to save Adam West in Lego Batman 3. To help Adam West in Lego Batman 3, you'll need a specific character's abilities to free him from different perilous situations throughout the game. He pops up again too. Oh my god, I love this. Methods include using Batman's sonar suit to break a glass chamber in the Batcave, using How do you save him from the shark? No, I don't want a video. Just tell me. Oh no. What? I love when game lore is so deep that I can't tell if someone's being literal or if they're making a joke. They're saying Grundy finds shark repellent and you had to jump on it. What? There's 16 locations where you have to rescue him from danger. Right before... Oh, they were being literal. Okay. Right before you enter Killer Croc's lair, you'll see Solomon Grundy pad towards the front of the screen. Use him and he'll dig up an air pump. Step on it with a character and it'll flush a green liquid out and it frees Adam below. So we do have to kind of abandon him? Oh my god. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday? So would you say then, oops, that he was born yesterday? Oh wait, it's after midnight. Never mind. That joke didn't hold up. Hold on, Adam West. We have to wait for Mr. Grundy. I mean, the Sharkicide part was at least a joke. Oh, he can pew pew things with that thing. Okay. Oops, sorry, Batman. I feel like Batman is kind of annoying to manipulate. I now enjoy that we can switch between characters. I'm not salty about it anymore. I'm over it. I appreciate being able to hit stuff. Makes me happy. I'm a simple girl. Oh, I should have been hitting that with my hazmat suit. Oopsies. Glowy green bad, Serena. Oh, sorry, Batman. I think I killed him again. You gotta stop doing that, man. Oh my god. Hold on, Adam West.
Hello, I'm TV's Adam West. Don't suppose you...
I love that he is there. That makes me so happy. That's such a fun little cameo. Okay, build mode. And ooh, shiny. Now Batman, and he has to batarang that bitch. And I gotta remember to mash circle. Batman can probably punch things if you tap square instead of holding it also. Oh, maybe. We'll have to try that. Okay. So, Solomon Grundy where? Oh, Solomon Grundy isn't a person. You'll see a Solomon Grundy pad towards the front of the screen. Use him and he'll dig up an air pump. Step on it with a character and he'll flush a green liquid out that frees Adam below. So, what? Hold on, Adam West!
Hello, I'm TV's Adam West.
I know not what I'm doing. What would a Solomon Grundy pad be? I don't know what that looks like. It's just a guy sitting there in the picture. But he's sitting right there. Might need to unlock Solomon Grundy and come back. So I have to abandon Adam West? I have to sleep with myself tonight, knowing that I abandoned Adam West? Oh, he's a character to unlock. Like in my little switchy, fun, toggly thing. Okay, that makes more sense. But I have to go to bed tonight? Abandoning Adam West? I have to live with myself for the next 48 hours? I have to sleep tonight and tomorrow night? Knowing that I abandoned Adam West? That's fucked up. That's really fucked up. It's the burden we all must bear. Oh damn, I'm selfish. I didn't even consider that you guys have to live with that too. Okay. I'm gonna shut my mouth. Post a lot of cats in the Discord, trying to get us through these troubling times. I thought better of me too, and apparently that was a mistake. Maybe defeating Killer Croc will unlock him. Are the rats chocolate? They look like the rat version of a chocolate bunny.
That doesn't freak you out?
Bats and rats aren't so different.
You're not actually a vet.
You'll come to learn emotions are a weakness. Crime fighters can afford to give in.
He knows he's Bruce, right?
Scared doesn't mean I can't fight crime.
Excuse me. Chocolate rats don't sell as well for some reason. I would buy them, but as someone who doesn't consume much chocolate, I would not make for a good market for them.
Just me, or does Killer Croc seem a little bigger than before?
The bigger they are, the harder.
Oh, he can punch and kick it. Nice.
Yeah, that old cliche makes me feel so.
Oh, circle. Oh. Oh, we're at a save point. Okay. Pursuers in the sewers. That sounds dirty. That sounds like a corn title. Oh, that accomplished it all. Don't really pay attention if it's blinking. I just keep hitting it. Oh, it was circle? Circle. Save and exit, because then Zoo needs to eat and Serena needs to eat time. I think I do want to keep going with this. I don't know if I'll like it long term. There are parts of it that definitely don't feed my soul. But there are other parts that I find incredibly engaging and I enjoy. And I kind of like figuring out something new. And it's a kid's game, so I don't think it's going to get too much harder. It's just going to be well-rounded thinking. I kind of like it. Probably save it for Harley Nights, but I kind of like it. It's not my favorite, but I'm not turned off by it. The Lego games, I'll expect you to play through the levels twice. That's interesting. Maybe I'll like that. I don't know if I'll like that or not. It's a phrase my grandpa would use when describing things. And I wonder when it changed from like a way of just describing things to like being purely sexual. It's interesting. Turned off or turned on. Like he would talk about food and be like, oh, that steak really turned me on the other night. Like that he just enjoyed it is what he meant. But not always, but I often end up using that. It's a very dated term in that way. Time for more fanfic. Or he got served a really bad martini and that really turned him off from going back to that restaurant. I think it originated in train times. That's cool. I've been actually looking for a good documentary on like the origination of the railroads lately. I don't know why, but that's been my recent interest. I don't know how that sparked, but it did. Beyond Gotham. And in internet times perverted it just like it did everything. I wonder when it did change, like, to have multiple meanings. I don't feel like it would have been the internet. But that's possible. Now I'm nosy. When did the phrase turn on turn sexual? Oh, damn. The phrase turn on. Here, I'll pull it up. First appeared in 1903. Sexually. 1903. Like, wow. Wow. $1903. Holy smokes. What is open stopping me? Frig off. It's just used for general excitement or stimulation. Particularly related to psychedelic drugs, became prominent in the 1960s and 70s. So the love era made it sassy. People have been horny since the dawn of time. That's how we exist today. Like, for better or for worse, we've been gooning for all of existence. For better or for worse. Oh, what are the babies doing? Are they snuggled up? I feel like they're snuggled up on the blanket by the door with mom. Maybe. They're not in the... Oh, they're on the chair. They're up top. They're bunk bedding it. Aww. Little beans. They're so cute. It first appeared with a sexual connotation in 1903. So someone woke up one morning somewhere in the 12 months of 1903 and said, you know what? I'm really turned on, babe, and I'm not just talking about the coffee. See that cave painting in Ook's cave? Makes me feel a little ooh myself. That is real Void on the seat. Fake Void is on the other seat. That's the real one. That's the real one. She has a little bit pointier ears when we're not sure. The other one has like rounded and like folded ears to an extent because it's plush. That is indeed real mom. It's not fake news, not fake mom. That ankle length bloomer swimsuit is really turning me on, babe. I mean, can you like really I have a hard time wrapping my mind around it. There really was a time where like an ankle was scandalous. And now really barely anything is scandalous. But there was a time. There was a time. There was a time. Yeah. I mean, there was a time where like this would have been enough. That's wild. Where just this would have been enough. How did we go from ankles to feet? Show ankles, BB. Internet in the 1800s, if it existed. Streaming in the 1800s. You know, doing like a kitchen stream, churning butter, baking bread, milking the cows. Show ankle, BB. Show ankle, BB. Show ankle, BB. Show ankle, BB. Can I see your ankle, BB? It would be quite the experience. That is true. In other countries and cultures where women are more covered, it is very, very exciting to see to see certain parts, I would imagine, for others. Ankles redeem when? Never, but also always. Oh, PlayStation, you were so good to us tonight. That was a struggle bus. But I like it more than it irritates me. We'll have to revisit this one for Harley Nights. The cobblers got all the ankle back then. Damn. I wonder if there was some bartering going on in the sense of, you know, you make this shoe for me, I'll show you some ankle, boo. Sex sells. Oh, a time to be alive. And certainly so is now, but that would have been interesting. That would have been very interesting. Yeah, exactly. You roll the pantaloon up a few more inches and the shoes are free. That's hilarious. But it would be humbling for someone from like the 1700s, like a woman from the 1700s, to talk to a woman of the 2000s and compare scandal. compare oh god, what is even the word I'm looking for? Swap stories. They would be horrified. This man demanded to see my ankles. Well, this guy demanded to see everything. She would faint and die all over again right there on the spot. That's nuts. Oh, how the times change. I do find it interesting that pantaloons did kind of come back into style, though, in the form of the ruffle shorts. And they're even back in style now. I bought a pair at Target a couple weeks ago. They were cute. They had a little lingerie, like, not lingerie, but not like sleepwear set, but somewhere in between. It's just like cute little shorts and a bralette. They had a set on sale and it was adorable. But it was the little fluffy shorts, the ruffle shorts. Fashion is cyclical. I think I said the other day when I went to Kohl's, it was like everything that I have in my closet of my grandmother's now. It all came back. It's interesting. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. You are just in time to say goodnight. Say hello to the babies and mamas and say goodnights. I'm gonna get some eeps. Gotta feed the zoo beans. But thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you guys for all of your help with Lego Batman. That was not what I expected. Interesting and fun, but a hell of a learning curve. Thank you so damn much. Thank you so much. Cybergenics, you are wonderful. Thank you for supporting the Stream the Dreams project. Thank you for being the awesome human that you are. And thank you for contributing to No Nuts November. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I believe that cues up another Harley. More. Now I know what we're doing for Torture Night. Thank you for your support with No Nuts November. And I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Woo, woo, woo. A midnight snack for the boys indeed. They're excited. Smooches for all the BBs. Thank you so much, Midnight Dynamite. We appreciate it. The babies. They get all the kissies. You have like a wonky hair or like a broken whisker. What is going on in your face, kid? Thank you so much, Cyogenics. Let me up count because Sleepy Girl will forget. And then we'll get to boys some snackies. Da na 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 na. I'm slowly, epically filling up my screen again. It's beautiful. And by beautiful, I mean interesting. Thank you. Ooh, 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 ooh. I don't know what voice I heard because I didn't hear it go off, but my ears might be popped. Mr. Bean, you want some snackies? You want some snackies? You want your treats? I keep thinking they're over here where they used to be. They're definitely not. They're definitely not. I'm not looking up anything that will ruin my night tonight. I need to be able to sleep. I only slept 3 hours this morning. But you're welcome to link any donations for any rescues into the Discord. And I can take a peek in the morning. But I can't break my heart this close to bedtime. We can't do that. But feel free to throw it into the Discord. Gunther! Gunther! Treats! Gunther! He's on his way. Hold on, that's Voya's. There you go. Voya, can you have yours over here? Voya, yours is over here. He's like, no, it's not. I'm right here. That's where I get mine. Gunther, come here, buddy. I'm surrounded. There you go. Here, this one. And that one's for Gunther. You still have this one. Nope, nope, nope. That's all for Zeke. You're a chunky boy. You're a chunky boy. But we're gonna try to give Gunther one more because he missed out. He took a while to get here. He took the long way. He walked. He didn't take an Uber. Yummy! He's a good boy. He says, I demand more. I demand more. I demand more. I demand more. Like I said, feel free to link anything animal advocacy related into the Discuboo. I think info drops would be the best place to put it. Zeke is so impatient, but I don't think he's ever, like, he didn't understand treats at first. Like, we had to really show him what the bag was, and then he's like, oh, okay, this is good. Like, I don't think he's new to this, you know? Poor starving Zeke. He's not starving. He's just a little chunky. Little chunky monkey. Voya is so used to sharing. He's a good boy. He's sweet. He's very sweet. Alright, Club Cult. Thank you oh so much. Thank you for supporting the Stream the Dreams project. Thank you for contributing to No Nuts November. You are wonderful, awesome, fantastic, phenomenal, and thank you. Thank you oh so much. Oh. Thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your company. I appreciate you, BBs, and thank you for your time more than anything. Your time is very valuable. Please do not ever forget that. And whether I see you for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, or I don't see you again for 2 years, when our times collide, it is beautiful, magical, amazing, and incredible. I am oh so grateful, and thank you. Thank you very much. If you guys want to keep up with me offline, or break my heart not before bedtime, hop into the Discuboo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff, the socials, some more fun stuff. Oh, I love having this keyboard work again. Here's the sketch for when I will see you Bebs next. And thank you again for supporting the Stream the Dreams project. I appreciate you BBs very, very much. And thank you all for being a part of No Nuts November. I had fun with that one. Donating all subs, bits, kicks, anything that's anything. My heart and soul. To Nas and pause for a cause. There we go. That went wonky for a second. It is my birthday month, and that is all I want. I just want to be able to donate to them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I need to look up if they make a keyboard bed, like plushy keys, etc. I feel like he would enjoy that, but I also feel like if I bought it, he would still lay on the real keyboard. It can't be comfy. I don't know. I don't know. I think there's mats that are made out of like wooden balls that supposedly push into pressure points and help in different ways, but I don't know too much about them. I just have like a vague mental image of what it is. And maybe that's what it is for Voya. It's his physical therapy. Do me a favor before I see you, Bebs, next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, spectacular, phenomenal, fantastic, and all the good things in the world, and oh so gorgeous. If no one told you yet today, take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, or wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet babos. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Get some good sleeps. Get some good eats. And tomorrow's Serena Day, but I will see you all for Thursday. Knock on wood. Throw salt. Spin around 3 times. All of that fun stuff. I turned around and Zeke said, "More treats." Meow. 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 Okay. Intoxicate me, Club Cults. I am dizzy. Has nothing to do with just spinning around. Thank you all again for everything. Thank you so much for all of your support, and I shall see you all for the next one. We got another Holly and Q. Ooh, ooh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Club Cult, you to bee's knees. Get some good eepies. Thank you for a beautiful, beautiful night.